I guess you're just on my mind. I know, literally. I remember when it got announced and it's like literally next month. Isn't that crazy? I like pussy. Not this emotional music. Shut up, bitch. What do you want me to play? K-pop and get copyrighted? Oh, I know you do. New jeans. Okay, well, it's not letting me change the category. So, unironically, we will be in the wrong category because I'll go fuck myself, I guess. Okay, here we go. We're gonna play some Texas Chainsaw. Came out yesterday. Damn right I am. Hi, Skyla. Did I say hi? How are you doing? Alrighty. Launch it up. Oh, baby, I survive every game. I'm gonna say that and get killed the first game. I look so fucking pussy. It's crazy what happens when you actually use a light in a mirror.
April 1973. Tragedy and despair have struck Central Texas. A young college student named Maria Flores has seemingly vanished without a trace. She was last seen near the town of Newt more than 2 weeks ago, but with no physical...
Not me, already level 13. Can you tell I've been playing this game all day yesterday? Oopsie. Wow. Hi, Sailor. Welcome in. I'll turn her up a little, but sometimes it gets really loud. Watch your Bayonetta playthroughs, loves them. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for watching. I've been thinking about doing another Bayonetta playthrough and just like add a bunch of mods to it. But that's when we have the extra time. Yeah, I like it. A lot of people are shitting on it on Twitter. Everybody's like, yeah, this game will die out in a couple months because the gameplay is pretty... And I agree. Like, it does get pretty boring after a couple escapes, but I think people are still learning the game, and like, it will get more difficult as it goes on, so... It's just everybody adjusting. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, guys. I think the cough is getting better. It's just a matter of time. I don't know. If it doesn't get better in the next couple of days, I am gonna go to an urgent care, so pray for me, but I don't know. Some like this morning I woke up and it wasn't there for the most part, but then like as the day went on, it was like bad. So either it's healing or I don't know, so we'll see. Sorry if you're watching the VODs or the streams and it gets disgusting and you are distracted and hate it, but you can't help it. Would you rather me not stream until it's better? That would be no streams for like 2 months. Oh, I can sleep perfectly. I sleep peacefully. I went to a Minute Clinic and he said it was post-nasal drip because like I was very congested and then it would go, I can feel it in the back of my throat, which I agree with. I think that's part of it. But for some reason, sometimes my chest gets really tight. So I've been taking like Mucinex and stuff and vapor rub to get it clear. And sometimes it'll feel good, but sometimes it doesn't. So someone says Marshall says I might have a bacterial like infection or something because his mom had it, which is not good. I should get it checked out, but I'm busy. I'm booked and busy. You can't sleep through it? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Well, and also I don't feel sick. Like when it's really bad, you'll have a fever and you'll feel sick. Like I don't feel sick. Like I'm fine. It's just like when I take really deep breaths or like when I talk a lot, it gets like
What's going on? What is this place?
oh, I cannot see for shit. It's my lights. Sorry if it ruins the immersion, but I cannot see shit. Oh, an inhaler might be nice.
I can use that.
Okay, I haven't played this since yesterday, so I'm kinda...
I don't know what this is. It might work on those doors.
If you guys have questions about the game, you can ask as well. She has a ability that lets her automatically unlock locks. So the one I just did, that would usually take me a lot longer, but she can automatically open any door, basically.
What are these people?
Ooh, that's a like prestige, Bubba. The objectives are to either escape with the pressure valve, which will usually you have to get the pressure valve handle from up here, like upstairs, and then you have to bring it back downstairs. Then you turn the pressure valve, and then you can escape through the pressure valve exit. There's also just lockpicking the doors and escaping by turning off a generator because they have an electrical fence. Or you can escape through the fuse box. This is the fuse right here, actually.
Just keep moving, Connie.
Oh wait, I'm gonna need another lockpick. No, you cannot kill the killers. There's an ability that you can like push them, which I have not been able to yet, but
Might fit in the door.
The performance in terms of what? I'm finding the game running pretty fine. I've seen some technical issues here and there, but it's pretty, like, right there. But it's pretty good. Oh, see, they have the generator on. We have to turn that off. No, they need to, though. The grandpa cutscene is so disorienting. Uh-oh.
Now, I have to go and find help. Guide.
Goodbye.
God, please help us.
That's usually the easiest route. The fuse box is the hardest. Because you have to do like a puzzle with the fuse box. And it's like a really hard puzzle. I don't even know it myself.
Gotta keep it.
Or you can lockpick your way out, which I just did, which is usually the easiest way. The pressure valve is a pretty good way too, because when you get out of, so when you start the game, Bubba's the only one allowed in the basement. The others can come downstairs, but it's bad for their team to do that, so ideally the 2 other killers would stay upstairs. But, so if you do the pressure valve, when Bubba and you and the other survivors leave through the basement, like you leave the basement, which will notify all the killers, they don't expect you to be downstairs for the most part. So you can sneak back downstairs, turn the pressure valve on, and then sneak upstairs to get to the pressure valve exit. So it's I would say it's probably the second best. I think the first is lockpicking your way out and turning off the generator if it's on. Second is the pressure valve. Third is the fuse. The fuse is really the hardest. And if you get lucky, sometimes the generator isn't even turned on because they're stupid and won't turn on the... But you want to upgrade your stuff because, like, look at this. He's taking forever to get through these boxes, but I was doing it like that. And he's struggling to get even 1 lockpick. I don't know why he's running now. I'm gonna notify the killer. Well, I hope they didn't turn the generator back on. You got it. Oh, this is the other exit. This is not the way I went out. The generator's off. Oh no, it's on. You got it. I'm praying for him. Come on, Sonny. he ate that. Excuse you! Escape! You're gonna regret it! What are you doing? What is he doing? Did the gate like lock on him? Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, but that's the sexy killer. I would run right at him. Johnny's hot. And he has cake. Why didn't he just escape? Why did he do that? Oh wait, Sunny has cake too. Look at that booty. Okay, booty. You could leave if you want to, but I just like... I know, why did he not leave? It must have locked on him or something. I'm lost. The sequins are rubbing against my... Yeah, you're... I wish you the best, buddy, but I'm not gonna sit here and watch a fucking movie. I wanna level up my other characters. Because you don't get EXP if you max a character. Like, I already have her level 10. Which I think is strange to have the max level 10 already, but... I guess because the game just started, they didn't... I mean, I did this in one day. Like... I just find that strange. Oh, you have to take bone scrap to attack them? I didn't know that. I don't know, it looks like she's got a fart. Because you can't play as the same character, so like if someone takes your character and your other characters aren't leveled up, you're toast. So I want to level up all my characters. Not a level 10 Johnny. Oh, we're toast. Why did everybody just leave? They saw Nemesis at work and said, oh, she's a pro streamer. We need to leave. Okay, that one hurt. I'll be your blunt. Enough. The letters and fishnets, that's what you like. I need to turn up the game, because like I can like not hear anything in the game. Schoolgirl and curls. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Bitch, I do this. Performing on Thursday. I don't know what song I'm gonna do. Thought about doing a song from the Barbie album, but how many different killers are there? There's 5. So there's Sissy, she does poison. There's Johnny, and he can detect your footprints. There's Leatherface, obviously. He has the chainsaw, does damage. There's the old geezer guy. I don't know what the fuck his name is. And he doesn't really do anything. He's the worst killer. And then there's the hitchhiker, and he places traps on the ground that you can step in, like bear traps. Objectively, Leatherface, Johnny, and Sissy are the better killers. I thought that said level 60, Bubba, and I was like, excuse me? Oh, the level 16 Sissy? Oh, she's taking it. We're toast.
The brutal attack on 3 female college students in Pflugerville, Texas last year is back in the public spotlight. Pflugerville citizens
I would do speed drive, but I'm not a dancer.
answers from Texas state officials on why
I only know how to shake my ass for 2 seconds.
reports say an unidentified man entered the home night, viciously strangling 1 female to death.
Oh my goodness, excuse me. Arthur Knuckles, thank you so much for 13 months. Why is he already here? Like, hello?
What are they doing to me?
Anyway.
Okay, Anna.
Thank
Sweet.
you, Arctic Knuckles. I appreciate you.
Yes. Please fit in that lock. Please.
The dead end.
There's gotta be something I can use around here.
Oh, hey, Connie.
Okay, let's see where this goes.
Open it.
I think I can make it.
To the sky, never ask why.
Oh my god, Sissy's here.
Love never dies.
Oh my god, they're really gagging the girls. Hey, Shogun. Oh, Bubba's coming. Ah!
Crap. Quiet.
Oh!
Okay, stay calm. Maybe I can find something.
Hey, Connie.
Got it. I know what this is. It might work on those doors. I can use this. A knife, maybe.
Soon you will be dead.
Oh, no.
Now, stay quiet.
Run, Connie, run! Ah! Why did you just shut it on me, bitch? Oh, we're sandbagging here, I fear. F you, girl.
How does that feel?
Oh, hi, Johnny. Hey, hey, no, it's really no T-Bookie. Ah! Fuck you. Bitch.
From me, you monster!
Oh,
Ow!
poor little thing.
Oh no, I got poisoned.
Oh,
Come on, Anna. You can do it.
Oh god, this might not be opened. Oh, it's not opened. Oh my god. No, please, you can't. Please, I have a family. Please, you can't do this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. No, you can't have me.
Take it! Take it! It's better if you die right quick. Trust me.
Get Connie. It's her fault I died. Yeah, fuck her. Yeah, she's dead. She fucking shut the door in my face. Fuck you, Del N 1NK. I hope you get yours. Anyways, we go next. Ah! Can I level her up? Nope. Okay. I wonder if anybody else is playing this game that I could queue up with on Stream Queens. Look. Evie's playing.
Personal belongings Oklahoma couple were found last week. Police say Tim and Tyler Devine seemingly vanished overnight while on a trip through Texas Hill Country more than 6 months ago. The couple's vehicle was reportedly recovered near Cypress Mill. No further evidence has been unearthed until now. Police say a wallet and pocketbook.
Me just going into Evie's stream. Hey, do you want to play?
That's a ledge. Fuck! What did I hear? Fuck it.
Oh, Anna, it's me, Connie. Stay calm, Lana. You can do this.
Hold on, Emmy. If you want to play, I'd love to play with you.
This might lead to the others. This should help. I think.
Cute. Hi, Marshy. Okay, let me hop into Stream Queens. Get a voice. Make sure my thing I can push to top. This game I'm completely throwing, it's whatever. Oh, I have to go to keybinds.
You can do this. Think. Okay, stay quiet.
What's happening right now? Oh, he just went over there and did that. Okay. Oh, I'm not here.
Did I lose them?
Oh! No, I'm really not here. I'm really not. Ah! My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. That was not me, bro. That was not me, dude. No, it's no tea. It's no tea. You don't have to do this. Ah! So, what now?
I think I can make it.
Oh god. Oh! Oh my god, people are already— I'm literally almost the sole survivor and we just started. So what
I
now?
think I'm okay. For now. Please let this stuff be safe.
Well. Got my girl about to suffocate. Ooh. You can't have me.
Are they really gone?
Did someone just fall from the rafters?
I should see what that is.
No, like, what's up? Like, what's up, though? Like, what's up? You're gagged. No, like, what's up? He's about to be so gagged. Watch this. Gagged. Hey, divas. Hey. No, it's no tea. It's really no tea. It's no tea. It's no tea. You don't have to do this.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you. It seems I've lost them.
Please stop. Please. Please stop. Please stop. Oh, hey, ugly. What the? No. That's not how this works. No, I'm escaping. Watch this. You're gagged. No, because you're gagged. No, because you're gagged. No, because they're gagged.
You get away from me.
No, because what's up? Like, what's up, though? Like, what's up?
Finally.
No, because what's up? You're gagged. Oh! I didn't think I was that close to death. Oopsie! Okay, but I had them for a second, though. I had them for a second. My teammates were worthless. I kind of had them for a minute, though. They were gagged. Trust. Okay, I'm gathering the stream queens, aka Evidious, to play with. And then any other person that would like to join from her team. So I'm just gonna wait here for a second. There's so many like new games that have come out. Like we had Baldur's Gate, and we have Texas Chainsaw. There's a new DVD chapter coming out. Like there's so much happening in gaming right now. It's kind of wild. It's wild to me. The way Teely has been streaming for like almost like a month and a half. They've been having a subathon and it hasn't ended.
Hi, beautiful.
Hey!
How are you?
Good. I'm so happy I can play with someone, especially you, because we don't usually play games together.
Oh, it's like, yeah, Nemesis, I will play with you.
Exactly. How are you enjoying the game?
Good. Like it's kind of hard, which I like.
Yeah. Do I have you on Steam?
We should, I think.
Ugh, I hate the new Steam UI. It's so bad.
Yeah. Are you Nemesis on there?
Yeah, I should be.
Yeah, maybe I don't have you. Oh, I have like a code. That'll work. Type that in.
Cute. See, we really haven't played games together because I'm just adding you on Steam.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, do we have each other?
Oh my god. Enter your friend's code.
Oh, that was a lobby code. Let me get my friend code.
Oh, okay, here.
That would be a lot easier. Oops, shoot. There you go. There's my friend code. Have you like been playing the family or the victim more?
The victim, not me being like, oh, I like to play the
Playing
victim.
the victim. Hi, I'm casting the role as the victim today.
I haven't like given the killer a shot for the most part. Like I'm just kind of grinding out like the victims right now so I can level them up.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of doing too. I'm just sticking to one. I've been playing Anna.
She's
Or
cute.
Anna. She's very cute.
I've been playing a lot of Connie because she's kind of really strong right now. But
I'm Connie.
yeah, I've already maxed her out, which is kind of an issue, but I'm not sorry about it.
Oh, my supply credentials were invalid. I'm hacking.
Oh my god, this is an issue I had yesterday too. Which I'm like, leave it to Gun Media to, because I think this is the same issue they had with Friday the 13th, which I was like, no, like, please don't.
That's funny.
Hello.
I gotta reload.
Yeah, I already have to, the lobby's already broken. We just started, no.
Like, they can't play together. No.
We will.
Send and close. Let's see if we can close out of us another Balagna. Reloading. I always love my friends list on here, and it's just like 1,000 instances of people. Like, I think a lot of people are having the validation issue.
Yeah. I was having it a lot yesterday. The only issue, it was basically this, and then when you run into a killer in game, it kind of gets an FPS drop, but that's it.
I'm back. What's the options?
I will say though, Johnny the killer, he's so hot. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no need for apologies.
He's caked up too. I've seen fan cams of his booty. I'm like, okay.
Can you create party?
Yes, I can do.
Invite. Oh, never mind, I got it.
Oh?
It's like a 3-step process.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot. Also, I don't like, I was playing yesterday and it seemed like at the end of a game, it won't let you like leave as a party. Like you have to completely disband the party and then do it again. It's like such a hassle. I'm like, can we just please
Yeah.
let me vibe? It's fun, but I'm like, they need to iron it out, which is obvious. Oh! I just got wet from my drink. Oh, we're in.
I'll swap you, Connie.
Oh, I got your girl.
Cool. Perfect. Oh, not that one. Oh god, not that one.
Here, I got you. Are you playing with keyboard or controller?
Keyboard and mouse.
Same. I haven't tried the controls for controller yet, but considering it's all platforms, I assume it's good.
Yeah, I've heard that there's an option or there's a menu to keybind, but you can't use it quite yet.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I would like to be able to bind my shift to my mouse. I'm not
Yeah.
like I got little petite pinkies, you know?
Oh, do
I can reach it
you?
over there. Yeah, they're so petite.
Do you have a hand cam?
Well, I do, but not on this site.
Oh, someone left.
It's okay.
While we wait in this little queue, I'm just gonna grab a little drinky drink.
Oh, please do. It's Saturday, honey. I like Anna the most. Or Anna, I don't know. I like to put an accent on things that don't need an accent.
Be back. Hopefully someone joins up.
I think we'll get them. I mean, I'm scared to still talk in the game.
Oh yeah, there's
But
voice chat, right?
Yeah, some of these children, like they are left unattended. Like So how was the new place?
It's cute. We've applied for like a couple different apartments, but they're giving us an issue with like credit, which is really annoying. It's like insurance is gonna pay for it because of the fire, but
Yeah.
they're giving us an issue about our credit, which is annoying. I don't know. It's like a whole disaster. Okay.
It's really weird. Like, do people want money or do they not want money?
That's what I'm saying. Because
No?
like this place we found was really nice, and I was willing to pay the exorbitant amount of money it was if we had to pay the rent eventually.
Right.
Because it was just accommodating to my sister. Like my sister could be like right at her like place of employment, grocery store next to the shops. And, like it was a really cute place. And then they declined us twice because credit. I'm like, girl, I don't have bad credit. Like my credit isn't in the dumpster. Like landlords with their like credit credentials, like they're so strict about it. I'm like, relax.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm like,
I'm gonna pay it. Like it's not like I'm just gonna be like, woo, not paying rent this month. Like, come on.
yeah, that's why like it's Evidious515 because it's my IQ, but also my credit score. So like not in the same boat. Not in the same
Oh, okay. How did it get down there?
Yeah, well, I got really addicted there for a little while to Pokemon Go.
Oh.
Just rocked them up.
There's microtransactions in that?
Yeah, oh. They weren't very micro. They
Continues
weren't
in
very
Puerto
micro.
County for a missing University of Texas student. The sheriff's
Yeah, I'm
department
at least
says
set up,
Maria
which is nice so I can
Flores,
stream in my new
native of
place.
Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. The vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play.
Hi, Maddie. Hi, Life Glitch. Sugi, thank you for the follow.
And friends are urging anyone.
are we in this room together? Hey.
Is going
Hi.
on?
Oh, you're just a gun and run. Okay.
My stealth is max. You will not have to worry about me.
You don't
Okay.
have to worry about me.
Stay calm, Lana. You can do this.
Just
Why does the
keep
chainsaw always sound like it's up your
moving.
butt? No!
Whoa. Well, it just might be.
He's on me.
Okay.
I'm looping.
Better.
He got wrecked.
Oh, hey.
Oh my god, is she gonna jump from there?
Oh my god. Hey, Tifa's. Oh my god, it's the
Just
dolls.
the girls. Just the girls.
When he just comes over and annihilates all of us in a second. Oh, I hear him. He's coming.
Oh, he's coming. Oh my god, squad.
He's gonna be so gagged when I stab him in the eye. Just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. Please don't hurt me.
Hey there, sweetie.
Is that Sissy down here?
I think Sissy's dead.
Oh, she's here. We're toast.
What? I think there's a back way out. I don't know.
Oh my god, no, let me in there. Oh my god, you're gonna take forever.
I woke up, Grandpa.
Oh.
Oh god. Okay, okay.
Might fit in the door.
Oh. Miss Bitch right there is dead.
Ooh. Oof. The door open?
Yeah, the door is open.
Nice.
Hi, Grandpa!
Hi.
Oh no. Oh, did you gag him?
I gagged him.
Oh, he's toast.
Please don't let that.
Oh, there's a gate up here that's open over here.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Oh, GG, easy.
Hopefully the generator is off.
What's that?
Oh, it is.
Oh, wait. I don't have any unlocked tools.
I do, and I have my skill. We're out of here.
Like,
Bye.
Adios.
Hopefully that hot man gets out. We gagged them. And you stabbed Grandpa?
I had to. Let him know.
Oh, I didn't know Bubba had multiple cosmetics. Yeah, it is a nightmare
Ooh,
in
I
the
got my
States
track
right
tools
now.
leveled up too. And my exit strategy.
Okay.
Unstoppable.
Oh, I think I got my last cosmetic for Connie.
I think if we just do next match, then we stay in a group.
I think so too, and then it won't break. Hopefully.
They say that, then we're broken.
Grandpa's broken. He's toast.
Yeah. I hit him right in the pacemaker.
I think you can kick Johnny in the nuts with Anna, which is fierce.
Now I have a new goal. So Julie is stunning.
Oh, I was thinking of doing orange eyeshadow today because of her makeup.
So pretty.
Like, it's so... I just love... And the bang, too, and the top. Like, it's everything. I wonder, does the eyeshadow change? Probably not. No, it doesn't.
But does the carpet match the drapes? But is it fashion?
Oh my god, people outside agree. I'm in the city right now, so like, they be bopping outside to the music sometimes. I hope they get like cunty with the cosmetics.
Oh, I hope so too.
Like, I want beachwear, like a beachwear collection, Speedos, and like bikinis. Oh, that'd be everything.
Given the full Friday the 13th treatment.
Yes, I mean, it's the same studio. They know what's up. I mean, well.
Well,
We don't talk about Friday. That's like literally redacted to them. They're like, we don't talk about that.
me and this Roncho are fighting.
Oh?
Roncho is my op.
Hey?
I've been listening to a lot of like hip music, and so like I've heard that the kids, if somebody's in your sights, they're your op.
Is that so?
I think so.
I'll take your word for it.
I'm pretty hip.
You are. This pink wig you're wearing, I think you're wearing a pink wig, right?
Yes.
Okay, Barb.
Yeah. How did you know? Oh my god, is my bubblegum showing?
Are you gonna play the Nicki Minaj DLC for Modern Warfare?
Nicki Minaj.
Okay, literally he's already here. Like, what's happening?
The way you can spawn so close to Bubba is just not it.
Yeah, like he was just right on top of me.
What? Excuse me? I'm right here. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Can I use that?
Oh?
I don't like to play slow.
This is a nightmare.
I hear you.
A lockpick?
Can I drop that for you? Can I drop my tool?
I don't think you can.
Damn it.
What do I do with this?
I'm opening a door right now. It's near like a meat locker.
I have a name.
Oh, my tool broke.
We're free.
Keep this. Okay.
Oh, I should have got two tools. Ooh, fuses. Oh, balls. Everything requires a tool.
They're gonna love
Sissy's on
She needs to
me.
get her- She needs to get her halitosis checked.
How did this happen?
I ain't.
How do people like this happen?
Mwah. Oh, you can go through that. That's kind of rude.
Oh, sugar. Does that hurt?
Does this hurt? Oh, God, they're all at me now.
Oh no.
We'll get the whole fam.
Squad.
Oh, they're using pro strats.
Yeah, the Sissy's kind of really good. Oh
Little
my
do
god, I
they
broke
know,
my pick
I'm
again.
dead. Oh, ow, ow. Oh, I'm going down, down.
We never should have come here.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're just. I don't know you. Mm. Get wrecked. Oh, dang it. I also had to pee too, so like it's pretty good timing.
You planned that.
This will help. Anything will help.
You better go, Connie.
You're gonna get out, okay? You will, Julie. Is anything I can use? This is good.
I just want to try this fuse box, but it's kind of the hardest one to do. Oh, Jesus. Don't you dare put a trap.
What a jerk.
Somebody around here has to catch him.
Oh my god, everybody's over here right now. Ah!
Yeah, like they're pretty coordinated.
It's like over if you get a 3-stack,
Why won't they leave me alone?
a 3-stack of killers, because they can
Oh,
use
yeah.
comms and stuff. I mean, I guess it kind of makes it fair.
Oh, it's just you.
I don't know how to do this puzzle.
It needs 13 amps, and then you have to do green, blue, so you'll have to add up to 13.
Oh, they're behind me. Boots.
13 amps. 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 13
Oh, you can't even like replace it. Wait, what?
Yeah, so like 8, 9, 10, 11. So the blue one has to be there. You have to put the 5.
And the yellow, oh no, the yellow one too.
You need 6 more. So 4. Oh.
Wait, what? It's not changing on the bottom.
Oh.
You see that?
Oh, that's weird.
You just kind of have to like YOLO it. Wait, don't kill me, guys. I want to figure it out.
This is a learning moment. Is it like... Oh, you got it? And then 6. Oh. Oh. It's 5.
Wait, what?
4 and the 2. The 4 and the 2.
Oh, I see. Okay, it was
Maybe
2 different ones. I see
Alright,
now.
Yeah.
Why can't I move?
And then the basement door's open.
Did I pull it?
Yeah, you pulled it. Yeah, just gun it. Gun it, run it. Is it right there?
Girl, what is with this like control scheme?
Yeah, so you just need the fuse door. I don't know. Do you have to unlock it or no?
I think I'm going the wrong way.
They'll never know where you are though. I think it's the door with the light.
I still am learning the maps right now.
I've never went out this way before.
This exit's this way. It's gonna be shot when I get there. I'm taking way too long. Yeah, it's shut.
Oh.
Oh, hey, girl.
Well, shoot, that just lasts longer than that.
Yeah, it's really fast.
Oh, you give him the business.
I'll give him a little show for the end. I'm final girl mama. You gotta roleplay it up.
Hell yeah, hun, get your tits out.
He'll never know. He'll never know. Damn it, I was gonna shut it on him. See, this is a learning experience that you have to learn math for the fuse box.
Well, now we know, though. And now we're unstoppable.
Exactly.
That fuse box is gonna be our bitch.
I just want to try to, like, get good at every escape method, because I can definitely do the lockpick method to escape in the generator, but, like, you want to spice it up a little bit.
Yeah. Like, Rancho, though, messed our whole game up.
Yeah, they
And
were
DC'd.
hogging your character, they DC'd.
I'm just saying. Paid actor.
Did it say I only got 900 points? Hello? Rude?
That fuse box alone was at least worth 1,000.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, were we too powerful?
Are you not in here, Mama?
Check 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, but did we start? It said network error.
You leave the party. I wonder if they'll release a patch soon, because I know some people are having issues.
I'm just like, to compete in this genre, the community is very, very thirsty and extremely particular. So, like, if you make it harder to play your game, people are going to be less likely to play your game, you know?
Right. I mean, like I said, like Gun Media had this same issue when Friday the 13th started, so I'm like, let's not butcher another release. You got it. Like I trust you. I'm excited for the game.
I understand it's hard. I understand. But, like, you book staff for the weekend. You pay them. You book them.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's the weekend, so they can't even do anything.
But, like, you should do it. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, you should book it. You should
Totally.
book it, whether you need it or not. Pay them. Order some difference. Order some sandwiches. Have a keg. You know what I mean? Like, you just keep.
You're not
people
sponsored by them, are you?
No.
Okay, I thought I was like trashing them, and then I didn't check your title to see if you were like paired up with them. I'm not even trashing. I'm just being critical of their game.
Yeah, like, my opinion can never be purchased. Like, I make sure, like, if people want to send me shit or like give me some shit, like, you can't pay me to not be honest.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like today,
My reputation is worth more.
I did the Mortal Kombat thing, and like I can be critical that I don't like the cameos in the new game, and like that's fine. And I don't like that Ronda Rousey is the voice actress for Sonya Blade, but it's fine. I'm still gonna, you know, I'm gonna be honest about it. You can't just like make me lie for the gigs.
I mean, if you gave me enough money to go below $1 million at a casino, well, honey, like, we might be able. I might have the prices. Other than that,
Yeah, she is the voice actress again. Oh, everybody's partying. I forgot it's a Saturday night, so I have my window open and everybody is like blaring their radios.
open it up. I think I sent you an invite.
Oh, I have mine on Do Not Disturb. I got it. Also, if anybody else is from the Stream Queens want to play.
Oh yeah, totally. You can call her at Twi too. I think she's on.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I was going through the list to see if anybody else was playing. I was like, I want to play with people.
Let me holler at Twi.
While you do that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. But you can ready us
Okay.
up. I'll be like 2 seconds.
Go piss, girl. But I said hi, and I was like, oh, yes, you can join. I just said hi, and I was like, oh. Hello.
My roommate's in the
Oh, so
bathroom.
why do I hear Annabelle? Where's Twi?
Oof.
Oh, Twi's playing killer. Vendetta, let me ping you my friend code. Add me on the stem. I know I haven't played Family. I played 1 round. I think Twi and I are gonna play later on this evening. Family's only 3. Oh, we're already friends. Lol. I got your invite, babe. Give me a VIP badge. Too. We come ready, Ope. The boom room and stream coins. Boom casting room? You should see me and Nemi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are
Hi.
you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Oh, we all made it in without the game pooping the bed.
I know, right? Ooh, Vendetta, can I have Anna?
Oh yes, as long as I can have Connie, I don't care. Connie's like my mate right now.
Oh, I have skill
thank God.
points.
You can have Connie.
I've been playing this game all day.
So do you prefer Vendetta or Vixen?
Vendetta's fine. Or either or, it doesn't matter.
Let me turn you up.
Oh my god, Julie's cosmetics! Oh my god! Sunflower one, cute.
Yeah, I'm gonna need everybody in a 2-piece.
100%.
Yep. I have my list of demands gone, and here they are.
Right? Well, they were pretty cunty with the designs in Friday the 13th. There were some cute little outfits, so I hope they do that here.
The leopard thong will forever remain burned
Oh.
in my brain.
Oh, yes. I just think other places like DVD should put men in Speedos and not be afraid of it.
Also, like, but I want like a chubby guy in a Speedo too.
Yes,
You know?
yes, yes.
I love a good belly. I won't apologize for it.
Or like a hairy belly too, like oof.
Oh.
Oof. Oh, excuse me, I'm not ready enough. Sorry guys, don't kill me first.
Bubba in a Speedo, but in the old lady mask.
Down. Johnny with like a happy trail, and I want to see like the armpit hair. Oh, it would be a wrap. I would never get off this game, but also I would always play Johnny.
And like in just a single nipple piercing, just a single.
Oh my god, wait, that would look so cute on him though.
Continues in Muerto County for
Not too much.
The Sheriff's Department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt.
And I would, and what's wrong with that?
Discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search
Alright, Vixen, you gotta carry us.
will unearth who they
Don't worry, just follow me and then you'll be fine.
It always stresses me out when somebody goes balls to the walls off the rope.
Off the top rope. I like smell Bubba. It's like on my screen.
Oh god!
Oh, he's right there. Hey, Stinka.
Oh, where are you coming?
Don't mind me. So is this game no longer in? No, yeah, it's full release.
Girl, my husband brought me a shot after in between those 2 rounds. Of course, I just feel it in my cheeks.
Okay, what door are you guys closest to?
I'm near the one that's like at the end of the hall with the fuse exit, but Bubba looks like he's coming over here right now.
This might.
Oh, I
I'm
see
near
you.
the
Yeah, I'm right here
fence.
behind you. Just
You're
gonna
get
grab
out,
some
okay?
unlock tools.
You will, Julie.
All right. Okay.
Happy's awake. Right behind me, isn't he? Got the door open.
What do I do with this? Is it good? Is it
Nem, do
good?
you want me to wait for you?
No, I'm good. I'm coming right now.
Shit and kittens. Johnny found me. Stop. Not the unlock prompt. Oh, I'm so dead.
Did you die? Oh,
They're obviously
hey.
swiffing. They're obviously in calm.
Connie, you're still alive.
Thank God, Connie. Oh, I got the valve.
yeah, you do got the valve. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is he down there?
No, I have to unlock this. And it's not unlocked, and I assumed it was.
Oh, because it's another door.
Yeah.
How did this happen? How do people like this happen?
Okay, so I'm about to use the valve. I don't know if y'all want to go to that door that's gonna open.
Yeah, I'm near it. I see it. Sissy's in the yard, and then...
I can do this.
Oh, I just used my ability. Oops.
Okay, well I'm about to open it.
Fuck.
Or try to at least.
Thank God.
This'll help. Anything will
Ooh,
help.
Ooh, they're getting some bone scrap.
So I can
Quick
stab a
grabs are right in the
bitch.
shadow.
Isn't it?
I have to unlock this door too. Ugh.
It
Oh,
won't
bitch.
open.
Move, ho!
Is the pressure valve exit almost open?
I'm about to find
Or
out.
unlock. I think it's ready to go.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Open up. It's open.
Vixen's out. Oh, you better work, bitch.
Hi, Johnny. Bye, Johnny. That
Keep going.
was good. Good job.
I'm in a rush. I said bye.
See, I think in this order, I think the lockpicking strat and just turning off the generator is the easiest way. Then pressure valve, and then the fuse is the hardest.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like that there's different ways to escape. It makes it
Oh,
different.
totally.
Oh yeah.
Run. Oh no, the door's shut. It's gonna shut. Leland, run. No!
No! No!
Oh my god.
He's just standing there like, hello.
Oh, come on, 360.
Oh, you better. Oh!
Oh, she goots a gags him.
Not him stabbing him fiercely. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, he just bled out. Oh, he's toast.
He's just doing the worm.
Oh. Okay, I front row seat to Johnny's cake. I'm with it.
I kind of like.
Is that a mullet or is it just a comb back?
I would watch that film.
Oh.
Joey Bada Boom killed me, and I'm still trying to process it emotionally.
It was tactical. It was the strategy.
Yeah, the fuse is one of the hardest ones. I've done it before, and I'm like, how do y'all do this? This is scary.
Girl, just the math. I'm like, ugh.
Like, I have to go through certain places. I'm like, okay, I gotta go through this door to get to that door. I gotta make sure I go on the right side of the basement.
Got like no time to run all the way down too. It's like intense.
I do, but not for you, baby.
I try to go to the bathroom again.
The gas station at night is the most scariest thing.
What's my push to time? C tilde.
Oh my god.
Oh, they already lapped. Rude.
It's a bite.
C. Oh, okay. I don't think I played on the gas station yet.
Sorry, I went to the bathroom.
It's okay. I just need 8,000 more experience, then I'm level 13. That's nice. Oh, I got
Oh
points.
shit, let me get ready.
The game is, it's fun. Like, it's fun.
Yeah, I'm enjoying grinding it out. Like, I want to level up all the
Remains
characters.
of an unidentified
I want
male
to
have been discovered
explore the
in a
maps. Like, I don't feel
off
pressured to
Highway
escape
163
either sometimes. I'm just like,
southwest
Right.
Texas. A Cedar Canyon resident stumbled upon the scene while hunting.
I'm excited to see what they do post-launch. Like, what are the updates gonna look like? What is the content gonna look like?
Were discovered last June. All of the victims
Imagine it was just this, and they're like, yeah,
That's it.
This is the game.
do with what you will. Oh my god. Let me just-
Wait, did he already kill someone?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Is he already on you?
Oh my god, he will be.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
I'm dead.
not.
I'm dead. I died. Okay.
No way.
No, I literally just died.
Oh, that's not.
Are you
Oh.
shitting me?
When the wall hacks are turned on.
And now I know why you get an achievement for surviving for a minute.
Yeah.
If you
Oh, like-
open some of these crawl spaces, can he destroy them while they're open?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah. Hmm.
There's the fuse door. I need like a Hansel and Gretel perk where I can put breadcrumbs. So I remember the thing part. Almost got a door unlocked.
Okay, well, y'all survive. I'll be right back.
Oh my god, I just did like a 360.
Nemesis cracked.
Hey, what's this?
Excuse me, I'm not here. Fuck you up, birds.
This is good. A lockpick?
Oh, my lord.
Is anything?
Well, that sissy, it just makes it to where your controls are all weird too. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it just makes you like drunk.
Alright, these are professional.
Yeah. You just die.
They woke up today and they're like, I feel like being a bitch. Okay.
Should have come here.
Oh yeah, they're all three on Leland.
No.
Okay, it's open. Okay.
Okay.
No. I will say,
Excuse me.
Just a touch.
sissies have been like the best ones that I've played again.
Oh yeah.
How could it die? How could it die?
Oh my god. That scared me. Oh no!
She passed
Girl, get
out.
up!
She got overstimulated.
Oh, I had that too. Damn. I had them gagged for a second though. They were gagged.
Easier for you, sunshine.
Secrecy.
I'm sorry, y'all. I look so fucking pussy today. Like, I love the way I painted.
We got it this time. That was a really good team.
Yeah, 100% they were on comms or something. Evie, what's your favorite, like, makeup product?
Oh, that's tough.
Like, what is your go-to thing to, like, get in full face that you can, like, rely on? You always rebuy if it runs out.
Oh, my foundation, Derma Blend.
Oh, really? You use Derma?
Well, I've used Derma as my base, and then I've just switched on the last 2 weeks of doing TV paint sticks for my contour and highlight.
Cute.
But yeah, like, it's just so lightweight. It feels so comfortable, very flexible.
Oh yeah, I used to use it all the time. I used to use the leg and body, I think, for like,
That's what I use.
yeah, 100%. I used to do that too, and then I would use like clown white just for like the T-zone, the highlights. Oh, we're killers. Okay,
Oh, someone flipped the script.
okay. Can I turn Johnny around? Is that allowed? Grandpa has abilities?
I guess.
wow. Love that.
Hello, I'm back.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Did I miss anything?
No, we all died.
Oh. I see we're killers now.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened unless EV queued us up for killer.
I don't know how that happened, yo. I guess they queued us up.
How do I spend my attribute points? I have 55 of them. There's so many.
You have 55?
I guess I didn't realize you were supposed to spend them.
Oh!
I guess I'm above a main.
I see you just leveling up.
Well, can I use them at, is it a shared pool?
I don't know I know for survivors it's not. But maybe for killers? I could be wrong. I don't know.
County for a missing University of
Did you play a lot of Bubba?
The sheriff's department says
I do now.
I love that.
I just I'm a coin on him.
The vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search
Oh, so I've just been raw dogging this game. Okay.
Family
All right.
and friends are urging anyone with information regarding her disappearance to please come forward.
I'm going to buy.
Wow.
That's what I get for taking it easy on them.
Oh my god. Does it jiggle? Do it fart? Twerk, 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 twerk. Oh. Damn.
What's the middle button do?
Look at him move when he walks. Oh my god, I'm so hypnotized by his ass. Look at his booty move. Oh my god.
Once I figure out how to get over there.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This is a free show.
I love how Sissy be running around barefoot. Like, I don't care about splinters.
Oh, Johnny can't go through these.
If it ain't asking
Hello.
too much before you go
Hey.
again, would you
How are
mind helping me out?
The way she just smiled at me.
No.
She like
It's
looked
kinda
like that
creepy.
movie Smile.
Please.
Oh, this Connie's got the juice.
Sorry, I was staring at Johnny's ass because like it literally twerks when he moves. Would recommend you play Johnny, everybody in the chats out there.
10 out of 10.
would buy this game just to stare at this guy's huge dump truck ass right now. I can't.
Oh, you poor little thing.
Oh my god.
Not someone gagging you. Oh, because
No,
what's the
for real.
tea? Like, he's gagged. Didn't expect to see me here, did ya?
Where the fuck did you go?
Oh, he's getting trapped down there. That's probably locked. He's down here on the stairs.
I'm on Sunny down in the basement.
You guys can stay here. I'm gonna shut this. I want to see it. I want to see it be hairy, and I want to see it happy trail. Like, I just... He's like kind of my type. I don't know. By that, I mean not the serial killer part. Just maybe the way he looks. Look at him twerk! Look at it! Do it jiggle, do it fart. Me feed Gramps.
Before you go running off with those back house hippies again, can you please find these damn kids?
Where's Grandpa? Oh, there we go.
Trying to think like a survivor.
Yeah.
Grandpa's not hungry. Bullshit.
Oh, now he's moaning?
Come here, ho. There's two of them over here.
Oh,
damn it.
Oh, we got her.
Oh, you do.
Don't be scared now. You have
She just locked herself in.
Don't you go down that hall. Don't you heal in front of my face.
And the way she shut the door on herself, like, poor thing. Is she good?
Not anymore.
Oh, get
We
her.
did it. Oh.
Oh, y'all killed someone at the same time? Okay, joint slay.
Queens that slay together.
Hey, I found Leland. Oh, he just knocked me down. Oh!
Where you at?
I'm at the house on the left. It's like where the fuse box was that one game that I got gagged.
Okay, I remember now.
I do not remember because I was getting a kiss of the end.
He's towards one of the... Well, he's about to be dead, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, slash.
Oh, just kidding. He's about to escape. He escaped.
Oh, is it lagging for y'all?
A little bit.
I can't like interact with anything.
Oh, me either.
Oh, I think the game just crashed.
Well, I'll get a free show of Johnny while we wait.
Oh yeah, we're lagged. Oh, Connie is going through it.
I just want to turn on the generator.
Honestly, a serve. I think she's filled with the spirit.
Can I just escape? I walk out. Wait, since the game's lagging, I can literally get out of the skybox.
Oh.
Oh, I was literally
Oh,
walking out. That's funny.
Reloading. I'm loading up. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Click
Yeah.
comms, click com.
I just reloaded the game.
I'll get us in a group and then I gotta get another cocktail. What? Right in the party.
I'm coming as fast as
I
I
keep
can.
on typing in Nemi whenever I go to look for your name.
It's my legal name.
I know, right? Invite to Vincent.
It's not too bad, even if there are issues right now, like troubles. But when it's fixed, oh, it's over.
Oh yeah. I really hope they add more maps.
That's what I said yesterday, because I played all day yesterday off stream to kind of just like enjoy it, like for what it is, like really
Yeah.
like figure out what to do and like all that stuff. And yeah, I really do hope they make more maps, but like I wonder what the limits of the license have. You know what I mean? Like what can they do that's like out of the license of Texas Chainsaw? Like, can they make original maps? Can they do?
Right. I know that there's like a certain there was a most recent Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie that came out. They could do a map based on that one where it's like there's like a church.
Yeah, it was like modern. It was like this, like ghost old west town.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. That movie was camp. The scene where Bubba kicks someone down the stairs and they fly like an action movie. So good.
I have to rewatch it. I guess I'll be Sunny.
Oh, do you want to be Connie? I'll play, what's her name?
I mean, do you want to be Connie? You can be Connie.
No, I want to level up the other characters. You can take Connie. I want everybody to be maxed out. Hi, Safety. Thank you so much for 41 months. Love you so much. Also, hi, Meow Meow. I thought I said hi. Also, hi, Matt Daniel. Sorry, I'm so fucking ADD. Like, when I play with people, I get so confused and lost. That's why, like, I never stream with other people, but I am enjoying what I'm doing right now, so I hope you guys enjoy the content. But also, hi, everybody. Love you guys. Also, everybody should follow Evie and VendettaVixen, other Stream Queens alum.
Ugh. Also, the other thing too that they could bring on characters from that movie as well. They could easily do that, but I don't even know if that's like part of the license agreement.
Yeah, I'm like actually really interested to see like what happens throughout the next like couple months.
Yeah.
I'm ready for Bubba in space.
Please.
They're like limited time. Bubba in space.
I'm ready for 2 sissies, 1 cop.
Oh.
I will be auditioning for the role as the cop.
When they start doing crossover characters, oh, it's a wrap. Laurie Strode in this, oh, it's over.
They have Starfire in it for no reason.
Oh, I would, I would be on that.
Nicki Minaj.
Oh, she needs to be in something, and it's definitely this game. Or Mortal
Nicki Minaj
Kombat.
was in Call of Duty. Isn't Nicki
Yeah,
Minaj
you know who
in
else
that?
was in Call of Duty? Sarah Michelle
Who?
Gellar.
You're lying.
She was like in the Call of Duty Zombies mode in one of the games or something.
Oh my god.
They need to put them both in Mortal Kombat, Texas Chainsaw, or Dead by Daylight. Somebody alert the authorities. Your mom's a Call of Duty. Oh!
Literally, I've been playing this game for like 4 hours, and I'm like, now I know how character progression works. Let's go.
Literally, like, I forget that Steam like tracks the hours that you play, and I've been playing this for like 8 hours, and I'm like, maybe I'm a little
It's
addicted.
fine.
Oh, we're ready.
How many hours do you have in total on Dead by Daylight?
Like close to, if I count Epic, I think Steam's only like 2,500. Steam's probably like an extra 200 or 300. Or Epic, whatever it is.
Oh, not enough players. Love that.
They kicked us out. 2,500. Yeah, I like that you were like, only 2,500. I'm like, oh!
I mean, compared to other DVD content creators, like I'm
Low.
pretty low, yeah.
That's wild. I only have like 1,000. I just hit 1,000 like this year, but like I don't stream it. I feel like it's different if you're like a DVD streamer because that's like you can just dump hours into it.
Yeah.
I'm only at 310 on Steam, but I have like 400 on my PS4.
Oh, I have like I think my most played game is like Counter-Strike Source for like Valve back in the day. Like I think I have like 3,500 hours in that. I used to be a sweaty, like, I would play with, like, the straight guys, like, I'd be the token, like, trans girl. Like, hey guys, I'm here to play Counter-Strike, hey.
How are you doing, Kylie? How are those chips? Are they Ruffles?
Ooh, I love Ruffles.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, we lost her.
I better.
Can you hear them in the voice chat eating?
Yeah, I was like, girl, get them chicken and a biscuit.
I'm
Ain't no
dead. I
change.
was like, who are you talking about with chips? Hi, Cammy. Hi, Cam girl.
I feel like they just called me a slur. I don't know why, but I feel like they just called me a slur.
What did they say? I have voice chat muted because of that reason.
I don't know. They're sitting over there eating some Ruffles, spitting out some bigotry. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, lovely. Just a typical Saturday night.
She wanted to swap for Anna, and I said absolutely not.
3,500 hours in Sims 4. That's my sister Boots.
I don't
My
know,
sister
honestly,
definitely has that.
I think there are 2 people. Are there 2 people on that mic?
There's
It
your 2
sounds like
sissies, 1 cup.
I know. There are 2 people.
Thank you, Cammy. I finally got
I
my
have a PS4.
mirror working again, so I can really like go into my makeup because I really haven't been loving my makeup, and I was like, why
went
am
to
I not
Times Square
loving
to
my
try to get a
makeup? And it's
PS5
because I
and
haven't
got
been using
weird.
my makeup mirror, which I should be, but it's fine. So I really like my mug today.
Sheriff's Department says Maria Flores, a
No, like I used to dump hours into Counter-Strike. Like I would literally be like, I would like spend days on end because I was like,
I love it.
I would pretend to be the girl. That was before I knew what trans was, so I would pretend to be the e-girl. I mean, I was the e-girl. Gaia Online, Webkins, like all that shit back in the day.
Oh, I'm by myself.
Girl, I still dump. With my dumpy. You see this girl on the screen? My ass is bigger. I forgot I have to be like sneaky. I was just like about to just run around like crazy. Nah, it's true. Everybody in the chat saying I have a dumper, it's true.
No lies detected.
It's scientific proof. Who's playing Leland right now?
Me.
I'm like, who is that on my dumpy? Oh my god, you're really getting into it.
Oh, can I show you something? Come back.
What? Well, we're about to have a visitor, so.
I know. But you wanna know how we can like hide easily? Bitch. Oh my god, Leland. Here, I'll show you.
She is my. Oh!
Something useful.
Just like in this corner, right here.
Oh, that's really interesting.
If he sees us, he can't see us.
Well, I don't even think he's coming because he's a poopy.
Like a prerequisite to be a stream queen to get just awkwardly horny on video games for horror. I don't know if it's part of the app or not, but
I know, literally, the dumpy reps. Did you see Johnny? I think before you came in, I was playing Johnny, and Johnny's butt.
Oh wow.
I mean, being horny on main is my personality. I'm in my unhinged era, so.
Sorry.
What's happening? Who's dying?
Whoa! Wait.
Move, ho.
I slammed his ass on that door. Do stuns not work like that anymore?
Not you, dog.
I know, pansexual, bisexual, hive mind with this game. I'm like, everybody is hot. Like, I want to be Julie Boots. Like, it makes me want to go onto like Fashion Nova or something and get like 80s, 90s, like fashion, 70s fashion. Like, I just love the fashion of those 3 eras.
Don't worry, Kylie's getting a bounce grab. Pop off, Kylie. Does that bone scrap go padam? Maybe to know.
Oh my god. Work. Yes. Hello. Well.
Kiss him.
He's camping boots.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I just like flicked the door and then he said, hold on. I kind of gagged him though fiercely. I don't even care if I die. Can you stab Bubba or is that just not possible?
I don't know.
I kind of wanna. Giggles.
Do it for the gigs.
Okay, it's open. Okay.
I slay. Red light.
Oh, Bubba, that's really okay. Oh, hey!
Oh, you can stab Bubba.
Work.
Riley's in a locker. Baba.
Can I use that? There's one.
I think Kylie's trying to suffocate.
I think she can run for an extended amount of time.
I have to watch myself.
But like everybody can share, like you can't share perks, but they can have similar skill trees.
Trying to get another bone scrap.
Oh, that's not. Hey, you want to make out down here? Hey, we don't have to fight. We can make out. It's no tea. See, this is 7 minutes in heaven. Like we're literally like, what's the tea, baby?
Like,
Ooh, a gentleman.
Oh my god, he opened the door for me. Wait, oh my god, romance is not dead, y'all.
He's gonna be a couple minutes in that room.
Yeah, it's gonna be nasty. No, come back, I miss him. Guys, should I go back? I can fix him.
I can fix it. No, Nem, don't.
I can fix him.
We don't go back. We don't go back, Nem.
Are they really gone?
You're stronger than this.
Well, I'm at a dead end, so I kind of have to just go this way anyway.
I think Kylie's just walking around licking barrels.
not licking barrels.
Always so careless.
Now he's all mine. Hey. I know, I have to wait. Give me a minute. No, because I'm down bad for him. Boots, though, for real.
Damn it, Johnny. Get your head straight. Come on now.
Like, someone took some time with that model. I'm just gonna say that.
That's what I'm saying.
How did...
Am I leading the way? Is this like, is he a gentleman? Bubba's gonna ruin this romance and kill me, Boots.
Like, you can even see which way it's leaning. You know what I mean?
Lock it so Bubba can't get in. Oh my god, he locked it! Oh my god, me and who?
It's the orange eyeshadow. Gets him every time.
I'm gonna do a Julia look tomorrow. Or Julie, excuse me.
I'm dead.
They have to be around here somewhere.
I hope that's my boyfriend behind me. The knife peeking into my screen.
Quit stalling.
Thank God.
You can't go the places you're gonna go.
I'll miss you, Johnny.
Scurried off to.
I'll miss you.
I can make it. Just keep going.
Work.
I was gonna stab him, but I think that wouldn't go well for our marriage.
No, you're starting off on the wrong foot.
Let my friends be okay.
We're on the honeymoon phase. This Connie fighting for her life, and me and Johnny were like making whoopee upstairs.
Like this Connie has been going through it this match.
She knocked
think
Bubba
she
out
knows.
boots! No, Johnny could get it. Whoever that Johnny was, and you come into the chat, we might have to get married, I don't know. That was fun.
Please, let them be gone.
Oh, Kylie. Oh, Kylie.
Mama,
Oh,
you're
Miss
bleeding.
Kylie.
This hurts.
Oh, she's toast.
She's been working through it.
I need something for this wound.
She has another knife.
Worse.
She's just been getting bone scraps. I don't think she's left the basement.
I gotta find something for the pain. Someone, please, help me.
Yes, Connie, just stay still, girl. You'll be fine.
She won't die.
Oh!
Pull it together, Miss Connie. You got this. Don't let him keep you down. I don't know what she's doing.
That's me being dramatic. Just falling over for nothing. I was thinking of taking my acrylics off for next week because we have the games con, so I'll have to put on nails
Do you
every
have to
day
watch
almost.
The rest of the people be done.
What was that?
Like, do you have to watch all your people?
You can leave, but we'd have to remake the party.
Oh no, it's great then. I'm excited to see how this pans out for Connie.
But I don't want, like, I have to get a fill because, like,
I'm
they're pretty
emotionally
bad.
invested.
So I'm like wondering, like, should I my nails are actually pretty long. I'm
Oh
like,
my
do I
God,
take them
that's
off and
scary.
use my real nail and have them done, or do I
Johnny, on your forehead.
have them just paint over the acrylics again? Because I wanted to take these acrylics off anyway. Because I don't want acrylics for like the
Got
next
this,
month.
Connie. Don't let him keep
But we
you
have
down.
Gamescom next week. So I'm like, I'm gonna need nails for Gamescom. Because Gamescom this year is not 2 days, it's 5 days. I don't even know what's gonna shake down. It's 9 a.m. calls every day for 5 days.
Burning off the lamp.
Yeah, I sent in the Discord the schedule.
Not to close up on the Pajmin.
We did good. We ate the. I'm the only one that escaped.
You did great, Em.
I was role playing. It's like kind of my thing. I don't know. Johnny killed all of you and then let me run free. Oh, that's
Yeah.
not.
How do I report for working with the killer? Is there an extra achievement for boning in the basement?
7 minutes in heaven. Achievement unlocked. Did I get any skills?
That person that just left wanted to switch to Connie, and I declined, and then they left.
Oh!
They said off.
So yeah,
Connie or
Gamescon
no
is
dice.
usually 9 a.m. every day, and there's an opening ceremony with Jeff that does the Game Awards and the Summer Games Fest, so I assume that's probably going to be the highlight of the show, and then there's a Mortal Kombat announcement with the remaining, I think, 4 characters they have to announce, unless they're going to delay it again, unless they do, like, 2 and then 2, because they're only, I think there's 3,
I gotta pay.
there's 5 spots left, I think, 3, 4, or 5 spots left for Mortal Kombat. So I'm not entirely sure how they're gonna shake that down, but I guess we'll see. But I know we're getting a reveal. I hope it's Sindel on Gamescom, which I think could. I think if they do Shao Kahn and Sindel in one trailer, it could work because they're like father and mother, which ideally would work, and I think would get the crowd reaction at Gamescom. But we'll see, because it's Nitara, and then Sindel, Shao Kahn, and there's one other room. Oh, what's his name? The guy with like the face art. I think his name's like, it's like starts with an R, I think. It's not Nightwolf, it's something else. Whatever. He's supposed to be revealed. I don't think Nitara and that guy would get the crowd reaction that Shao Kahn and Sindel would get. So, as much as I love Nitara. It feels like Smash Bros. Character reveal trailers. Like, I feel like that's like what we're going through right now. Remember when we were so excited to see Smash character reveal trailers? Now we're excited for Mortal Kombat. As much as I love it, like I hate when they space it out too far. I'm like, just show us the roster. Like we don't need all of this hip hip hooray. But maybe I'm just sour because I want to see Sindel.
We got this.
This
Serious
is
this time.
it's a level 0 Cook, a level 3 Leatherface. I think we just need to worry about Hitchhiker. So
Okay,
don't
do
step in
that.
any traps.
Right, alright.
No, yeah, Tekken it's cute. When is it even coming out? They haven't even given us a release date, have they? It's just 2024.
A series of home invasions throughout Bell County have turned into a search for a known fugitive. Omar Pauly, native of Holland, Texas, was arrested in 1967
That's lovely.
for aggravated assault and larceny and was sentenced to 5 years in prison.
Thanks, Cammy.
Omar Pauly was implicated in a string of incidents.
I mean, I just want Sindel because mother of mothers. And then I'm like, fine. Like, you don't have to hear me complain or bitch. Like, it's fine. I am also not really excited about the Capcom girlie. Did you guys see the new girl they're putting in Mortal Kombat?
Boom.
I'm not really a fan of her either. With her like fuck ass bob. What do you mean Cook has heard me? I'm not even doing anything. Oh!
Hey there.
I can't tell if Bubba's AFK or just baiting me out, but he's standing there menacingly. He's just standing there menacingly!
Oh my god!
No, he's literally just chilling.
I'm opening a door.
This might be the wrong idea, but I'm gonna go touch his tummy.
Do it.
Hey!
Oh my god, that's for the absolute shit out of me.
God's name. What is this place?
Oh my god, the cloak heard me.
Yeah, he's doing that. I don't know what he's doing. He must be at the top of the stairs waiting. What happened to Good Bobs? They left with Nikki. That was the last Good Bob I've ever seen in my life. Just kidding. And Velma. Miss Dinkley.
They're still around here somewhere. Be careful.
Why is the music so loud right now? Did your pick
He's
break?
literally right out there.
Oh! Shut the door behind you, sister. Oh!
We got not the trap.
Oh my god! No, you can't do this. You can't have me.
I can do it for you.
What are you betting me? It's just following me. Oh, I guess there's nothing here. Never mind. Hello? Oh wow, thank you.
You're welcome.
You have a white pig?
How do we get out of here? Think.
No sign. But I know they're still around.
Or you can hide in the trunk. Yeah. The back exit with the car battery is good to go.
Oh, did you already open it?
No, but it's not
Oh.
electrocuted.
Oh, okay, well I'm gonna open it. If you...
Shit. Get away. Get away.
Hitchhiker is downstairs and locked the door on me, so I might be gagged. But y'all can escape because he's too distracted with me. Oh yeah, I'm dead. Just get out.
I think Vixen and I are good.
Keep an eye out, I guess.
door.
Period.
Can I use that?
Nem, if you escape through the back, I mean, all those doors are open.
Bro. You like got Lily's done zone.
I just need healing. Oh, that's not. I don't even care, dude. Oh! Oh, it was a trap. Well, F you!
Lily's got down too.
Oh my god.
Did he just stab my booty cheek? Oh, wow.
Over here.
That's what I said. I thought he stabbed her dumpy. Okay, yeah, that hitchhiker was gagging.
Escaped from rear exit. My
Oh.
autobiography.
Your book coming out.
My coming out story.
Oh.
Okay.
I need like chips or something. I'm getting hungies. I've downed 2 vitamin waters. My pee is clear. Boots. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drinky while we wait in here.
Oh yeah. Her?
This game is everything.
I love it.
Honestly, it's like I'm addicted to it. And I'm like, I haven't felt like this for a while. For games, recently.
Oh my god, hi Lib! Thank you so much for 14 months. I was just thinking about you the other day. I hope you're doing well. I was like, where is that silly goose? I got some chips.
Cattle mutilations continue to plague the quiet farming communities of Central Texas, as 2 more were reported just last week. The cows were discovered with the throat slit and cut from belly to hip. Officials believe multiple perpetrators are responsible, as the mutilations appear to have been committed at the same time.
Oh my god, where? Oh. I know, not like where to like dox yourself, but like, I know why and where. I'm gonna stay right in
Oh my
here.
gosh, you scared the shit out of me.
I see you later. Were you a Lay Me queen?
I'm about to
Lay
open
Me.
this door.
I played them both. I played Katana and Lei Mei. Lei Mei, sorry.
Boom.
Well, I hope the move goes well. Both of us moving,
It
so
wasn't me.
slay. Oh, I could go for Takis too.
Oh,
Excuse me.
Gothic Cat, thank you so much for
okay,
the...
so T, I might be able
follow.
to do the fuse, actually.
Huh?
I might be able to do the fuse.
Work.
Oh shit.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
The music gets fiercely loud in my ears sometimes. I'm like, what the?
Oh yeah.
Jules! Jules!
Oh my god.
Oh, they're coming up here.
Okay, I'm gonna do the fuse. I don't know if everyone wants to get downstairs.
I can get downstairs.
Like to the basement.
I see you, Connie. Hey, girl.
Hey girl, how you doing?
Choking on a chip.
Honestly, it's like, oh my god, you scared the shit.
Oh my god, jump scare.
Okay,
What are we doing?
I'd say go to the
Isn't it?
basement. I'm doing it.
A shortcut through here?
Okay, so 10, 10, 9, boom. That's 8.
Sorry, I'm gray. I thought that said
Alright.
sorry, I'm gay.
Let's go.
Basement.
Basement, it should be open.
She got me.
I'll stay up here. You guys go make your way.
Oh, Sissy is sissying.
She is on it. A bumper's up here too. Oh, I think I got. They're a hole. Take it. No. Oh, okay.
Let me know if it
I'm wasting your
closes,
time. I'm
'cause
wasting
gonna
your
stay
time. I'm
here.
looking around it. I'm looking around it. Rude.
How did this happen?
Bubba got me. Right at my boob.
Oh my god.
You son of a bitch.
I can't find it.
I'll do, if it closes, it'll glow. So once I reopen it,
Oh.
just give it a minute.
Oh my god, I'm shitting myself.
Okay,
I'm
pay
literally
attention. It's glowing. It's over there.
Oh, I'm so
You
far
see it?
away. Yeah.
Leave me alone. Thank you.
I'm gonna die.
Okay, stop it. Fuck off.
Oh!
Legitimately gonna die. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, Bubba.
Where's the fucking door?
No, I don't think I'm gonna make
Oh! We are running around like crazy boots.
Where's the door?
Oh my god. I don't know how they haven't killed us yet. We are so goofy. This is like Scooby-Doo. I just heard it shut. Oh no.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm going up the stairs again. Hold
Oh, Sissy got
on.
I found it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, stay near because I'm closing it. I mean, I'm opening it. I'm the sacrifice. Did you find it? Are you near?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm opening it.
Word.
It's
going
in like a
different
corner,
route.
like a circle corner.
Oh, okay. I'm going a different route.
I have to find the others. This should help stop the bleeding. I think.
Not to be that person, but yeah, I'm gonna do this.
If you want to try to go, I can try to direct you.
Honestly, that'd be kind of a slight. Okay, give me a minute.
Well, my game crashed, so I can't do that.
Oh,
I'm dead ass. My game literally just shut down while I'm eating chips watching you.
wait. We were too powerful. The game said, well.
Jump through the window. You won't.
Well,
Well, I did.
He is the crazy.
Oh no. I am actually crazy. Watch this.
thank you, Trans Bombshell. I
Speed run.
dropped some chips, so I want to clean it up before it gets messy.
Oh, never mind.
And she's a stunt queen. Oh,
I am a Sun Queen. Hello. Recover faster. Thank you.
come on,
What is-
OBS. Here we go. My goodness.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm on my way. I'm gonna actually escape.
You got this? Yeah, like for some reason.
Thank you, Pet Cemetery. Thank you so much. I knew
Actually,
you'd
I think
stream
I'm gonna
this.
make it.
We played the beta and it was really fun. Like, I'm not a DVD streamer, but I like this. Oh wow, I'm shocked I don't have
So
Connie's
one of you
outfit.
keep a lookout. Thank you. I did it.
Damn.
Period.
GG, yeah.
Why am I getting no EXP for Julie? Is like something broken? Like what's happening?
I'm getting really low amounts too. But
I'm like
just because I
escaping
stopped.
every game and I'm not getting any EXP.
Oh, did you get disconnected from the group?
Yeah.
Oh.
I had to do a full restart. The game like the crashed.
Oh, okay.
Do you get skill points from leveling up your account? Is that what it is?
Oh, we lost Emily. Good.
Yeah. You lost me.
Almost. Yeah.
I think you get skill points. I don't know, but I know I've noticed when you escape, you get like skill points. Stuff like that.
You want to try a family round?
Oh, fully, yeah, we can. I'm down for whatever.
Oh, thank you, Hybrid. Someone in chat said that they're watching someone else and they were having a hard time getting EXP as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it has to do with like leveling up your account because I'm a level 14, so I'm not leveling up like every game like I used to get skill points because I need
Yeah.
45k point like EXP to level up my account. So I think that has to do with it, unless I'm completely wrong, but I could be. I'm just guessing. Hi Toadette. How you doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Happy Saturday. I want to get a little like a drinky drink, but I don't know what to make a drink with.
Well, I've been drinking these quirks and they're okay.
I might
Like
try to sip on my roommate works at a brewery and they did like a drag like collab. You know how like Alaska and all them did those like flavored like canned.
Oh yeah.
My roommate did like a parody of that and did like local queens for like cans. So I might grab one if I can find one.
Like I like hard seltzers, but I'm just more of a beer girl. Like they're just like I can have a couple, but then I'm like I really want a beer.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll honestly drink anything, but I think my favorites are Long Island iced teas, which gets you messed up.
Yeah.
Like pretty quick, and I'm like a lightweight,
Yeah.
so like I'll have one and I'm done. But I remember at TwitchCon, the partner party, I was with Sutton, and we just kept going to the bar because it was open bar, and I was like, I was gone at that. I was like, I'm out. Like I cannot.
Yeah, like I've passed out enough behind enough dumpsters in my day to like, I'm good. I'm good with the buzz. I don't need to get filled with the Holy Spirit.
Right. Yeah, this year I will not have 14 drinks at TwitchCon.
Yeah. like we do Dumb Bitch Wednesday and the girls are like, shots, and I'm like, I have to work in the morning. Like, I'm gonna pass on that one. Like, you do you. Because Bella's like, we loaded into the map successfully. Take a shot,
Yeah.
We got RPD. Take a shot.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah. Like, I just sneezed. Take a shot.
I gotta get one of those shirts. Those shirts are cute as fuck.
Oh. I wore it out. I've been wearing it on Fridays. My husband and I usually, it's like our dinner date night.
Oh.
And, it was cute because like wearing it out on Fridays, people are like, "Oh my gosh, I love your shirt," and I'm like, "It's me and my friends," and they're like, "Oh my god."
Oh, that's so cute. Do you know what sizes it runs up to? Because I like oversized shit.
It goes up to 5XL, I believe.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, very size inclusive.
One of the only ones not ready to. Zizzy, thank you for the follow.
Wow, you calm your mouth.
I just noticed you have a TikTok nemesis, and I saw you being Peach.
You know what, Fleck? There are 9,000
Oh yeah,
other
that went
people
viral. That
had
was a
before
planned
you.
bit, and it
How
went viral.
smart do you feel?
So everybody, I remember literally asking everybody in chat
That's
to
right.
do that planned
Take a
bit,
seat, honey.
and everybody
Take
was
a
like, "It's
seat,
not
honey.
funny
I'm
now,"
trying
and then it went
to.
viral, and I was like, "Oh, so who's laughing
One
now?"
of us has to be Leatherface. Who wants to? Oh, okay.
This is our team comp.
Oh, also I've noticed for the skill tree, I think you share.
I thought I was
think you
Leatherface already.
I think you share like the skill points with like your survivor and your killer.
Really?
But now on Xbox.
Yeah, because I just got 5 and it was 0 for everybody, and then like Sissy just had 5, and then Connie just had 5, and I know if I spend the 5 for Sissy, I'll have 0.
The search continues in Muerto County
If that
for a
makes
missing
sense.
University of Texas student. The sheriff's department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde,
Many
was
victims
last
they can
seen
be
in
as
the
hot as their
town.
Xbox fan.
The vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the
Hi, welcome and thank you for the follows, everybody.
Oh my god.
I feel like the best comp is to have Hitchhiker, but I don't want to play it.
I like playing cook. I like their utility, but just the waddle with like your pants full of shit is just too much.
I know.
Oh, please.
Shit.
Oh, it's dark on this map. Hey.
Something I've
Round
noticed, I
one.
think they forget, some of the killers forget to like turn on the car battery.
Yeah. I'm gonna break all of the things.
I think that's why I like playing Baba. I just like destroying the things. Oh, vacuum.
Grandpa, wake up.
We need you, Grandpa.
Oh, he needs blood.
Here you go, Grandpa. Ew, the noises he makes, like,
Yeah.
he's like,
There he is.
yummy.
Got him.
Hey, Gramps. Oh, there's a lamp in here that's made out of skeleton bones. How wonderfully camp. Oh, there's a lot of people over here.
You fucking slut.
I'll find you.
Oh, you gagging her. Get her. Oh, you want to climb back under here, Connie? Oh, she's going back downstairs.
She just dropped to the floor.
Make friends with the floor. Hey,
You know,
Leland.
you want to stop what?
Okay, the push was very unnecessary, but I got a close-up of Johnny's crotch, so, like, I'm with it.
Who's the real winner?
You thought you gagged me? Well,
Oh my god.
Anna's in the kitchen right now.
Don't run. I just want
From the kitchen to the bedroom.
Oh my gosh, she's gonna die.
She's gagged right now. I was chasing her down fiercely. Oh, she just went under.
Now, where did you go?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Leland's in the kitchen.
Bitch, I just got pushed.
No way. Oh, get him.
Save you after
Your
all.
friend put up a better fight than this. Come
Can't
on.
move. Oh, he's downstairs.
Get interested.
You go, you go. I'll stay up here.
Okay.
They're trying to get us, like, lure us downstairs and then make their way around.
Hello?
Go ahead and hide. It ain't gonna matter.
Okay, well,
Ain't no tracks here.
I lost him.
No one's off the side porch.
Oh, girl, I got you. Come here, hoe.
Oh, you gagged her!
She really thought. Guy ripped her ass
Hell.
right off of that ladder.
Johnny, get your head straight. Come on now.
Girl.
You little kiss. Good
I
night.
am sorry.
Why is Johnny the same height as Bubba?
Y'all come back. Come over here where I'm at. Look at her body. Look at her body. Look at her body.
Oh.
It's time for the twerkulator.
Oh.
Not quite yet.
I saw someone go through here. I see you, Giggles. Leland's in the basement. He's near the tunnels.
Where y'all run?
Oh my god, the way you were levitating. I'm levitating.
I'm levitating. Hello. Oh my god.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
I don't know where he went.
I'm just going upstairs.
Oh, the door is locked over here. Huh, that's really interesting, isn't it?
You know what that means?
You just pushed me! Stop bullying me! It's not funny, you guys.
Y'all so funny.
Hi, Miasma. How you doing? Speaking of hot sauce, I want to make spicy chicken tonight.
You just need Leland, huh?
I think Connie too, or did we get Connie?
We got everybody but Leland, I think.
He was
Oh,
just
no,
in the
there's
basement.
Leland and somebody else. I forgot her name. The other...
Anna?
Yes. Oh, that's
Or-
you, bitch.
Oh.
Oh, that's you. Hello.
Hey. No one's out here because I unlocked this and it's
If
still
Grandma was
unlocked.
able, this would be over by now. I better go feed him.
This will help them see more clearly.
Whenever I'm doing animations, like my OBS freaks out.
Really?
Yeah.
Here you go, old man.
Ew, the noises that Grandpa makes.
Oh, only the big. Oh, that was it.
I know I'm
Do
your
you have any more blood
favorite.
for Grandpa?
I won't tell the
Oh,
others.
that'll
Getting
give him
some,
the last
yeah.
bit. Yummy. Yeah.
Oh, nowhere to hide. Grandpa, shut up. I can't even see them.
I saw him.
In the basement, I'm just trying to find him. Oh, he's back upstairs. Looks like he's on the front door.
Oh, sugar. Does
Got him.
hurt?
Why can't he jump that way?
Oh, it's Julie.
There we go. Dang.
Where's Miss Julie? Oh, she's up there. I see her.
Up where?
Oh, there's still one more left?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was the last one.
I think she's in the backyard.
Is she in the backyard?
Yeah, she's in the backyard. I see her right there.
I see her too.
She's stressed. There's nowhere to escape through the backyard. She has to go back down. Hey, Diva. She's jumping down.
Oh yeah, she's out there. She's on
She has
she's in the
no
basement.
health right now.
I guess we're in the basement.
Where the hell did those kids find us?
I see her.
Yeah, I've taken out all these.
Is she? I'll put it away.
How did she get back upstairs?
Is she upstairs?
I think she's just making this loop. She's going back in the basement.
Hey.
Nice.
We got you. Okay.
Oh, a lot of my XP on that one.
Yeah, I got a lot more. But I think it's because I don't play killer that much.
Kind of like playing Baba. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I actually like doing that. It's a lot more enjoyable than I thought it was going to be, like playing killer.
Yeah. Like all three of us are playing together, which I think makes a big difference.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think playing by myself I wouldn't like it, but playing with people is fun.
I got the credentials invalid. I gotta reload.
Okay, I got in. I don't know why that happens. I'll restart too to be safe. I like good puss. Y'all know that song by Cobra? I like good puss. I just want to go. What about that new Addison Rae song? That's kind of fierce. I don't know. I'm kind of down with it, even though, you know, she's not great. I think I need to reapply lipstick. I haven't listened to it, but I'm surprised to see how many people... Yeah. It's honestly really good, though. And also, the reason why it's so popular is because Nothing on the Radio song was supposed to be on the Fame by Lady Gaga. Lady Gagita. So it's literally a Lady Gaga song, but Addison Rae recorded it.
Oh, did it kick us?
Yeah, Stinka. We're just refreshing right now.
Oh, okay.
That's gotta get fixed ASAP.
I know. At least it doesn't take too long to reload.
I know, yeah. It could be a lot worse. Like, the servers could be, like, dead.
Figure it out, or like retiring.
Yeah. Oh! Oh, that's not.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna grab that drinky drink, but you can put us in a room when you,
Perfect. Do you want to do victims or family?
whatever you want, Baber.
Vendetta, you're the breaker. What do you want?
Whatever you want. That did not probably help at all.
We can play the victim. I'm sorry, I literally, your mic is so quiet, and I don't know why.
Ow, okay, so my mic is really, really cheap. It's not a great mic, that's why. Because the mic itself is, like, really low. I've always gotten that issue. It's literally the mic.
I see when you think that you said something different, and then I was being a bitch. It's like, we'll play victim.
But can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Sometimes if you go into Discord into your voice and then change your output volume, that helps sometimes.
User settings. What is it? Voice and
So
video?
settings and then voice. Ooh, yes, that user settings, voice and video,
Uh-huh.
and then your mic input volume, crank that up a little bit.
Oh, input volume is literally all the way up.
Oh, okay.
My output is like 170 now. Don't know if that makes a difference.
Okay.
So. I'm sorry. Who the fuck is
Just in
making that
time.
noise? Oh my god, no! Oh. Well,
Oh, did you get stuck with Leland?
yeah.
Oh, that's not. See, that's why I want to level up everybody, so you don't get like. Because all my characters are shit. Oh my god, my drink just exploded everywhere.
Reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search into the nearby communities of Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new leads. Family and
I love how Leland is upside down, but everybody else is right side up.
What's going on? Where this place? Am I?
Oh, Bubba's already running around.
Somebody open the door already? Damn. Oh my god.
The way the music stopped playing as soon as I turned off a light. That's so funny.
Oh. Oh.
I can use. A lockpick?
Me and Leatherface literally just passed by each other. Oh, hello. Oh, that's definitely not neither of you. Never mind.
Cook's right there.
Around here somewhere.
Cook's up Tom. It's kind of rude.
Is he literally just camping the top?
Yeah.
Oh, he's camping the top.
Did they hear that?
Got to go back down. I think so. Damn it.
Oh.
Bubba was up there too.
Sissy's over there.
Oh, bitch.
So true. NemesisLacroix is definitely so true. You know what else is also girly pop and very fashion? This delicious drink with Young Onyx on it. And you should stream their song Brat right now on Spotify. So delicious and so refreshing. Hi, Ghostface. Or Ghost Freak.
Oh my god, let me down.
he camping up here?
Yeah, they're like all by this
and
shack
double
right
phase.
here. Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah,
They're all
double
like by this shack right here. Like I'm up here in the bushes and I can't even leave because they're all just chilling.
Yeah, they are, and they're following me now.
I have the valve. Is the pressure downstairs or is it up here?
It's I don't know. I'm being chased by a.
Okay.
Oh my god. I think it should be downstairs. It's usually downstairs. It's never not downstairs.
Son of a bitch. Use door.
Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Fuck this. Yeah, they're literally camping. Oh wow. Hi.
Hey.
How do we get out of here?
Oh dude, were they camping?
Yeah, they're like all up there.
Wait, come back. Don't leave me behind.
I'm trying to find the valve, sister. Where is it?
Anything to numb the pain.
This other door, maybe?
The valve is usually downstairs.
Think. What do I do?
Oh, I see you. Hey, Anna.
What do I do?
Sounds like Sissy's coming.
Yeah.
It's highlighted. It's upstairs. Oh, you're right. I'm so stupid. Thank you. Oh!
Oh my god, I thought you were Sissy. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, I'm stuck in the door. My butt's stuck in the
Oh,
door.
no, hold on. I got you.
Oh my
I got
god,
you.
my booty is stuck in the door. Somebody help, my giant tuchus.
Are y'all downstairs?
I'm
Are y'all in the basement?
fine. My rompin' booty.
Double
Girls
cheeked
out?
up on a Saturday night. I'd like to see it.
Oh, y'all are in the basement.
Sissy, don't do it. Wiggle, wiggle. Found the fuse box.
I found the valve thing. Little Bob.
Oh, Connie's got an exit open, I think. Oh, but Bubba's coming. Oh, he's coming.
Gas station Homestead. Oh, I know where that is.
And latch now.
Oh yeah, the gate's open,
Oh, you
open, y'all.
fucking bitch.
I have to find the others.
I do.
If you go to the far left through one of the storage lockers, the gate's open and the generator's off.
Okay, can
Under the face.
you?
Yeah, I can try to direct you. Hopefully my game doesn't crash. Oh,
Oh, you
oh
died.
no, you're dying. So go. Actually, where
Yeah,
that's
go.
being highlighted is kind of where it's at. If you go to the right more.
That's so funny.
No, the other right.
Oh, on the other side.
Yeah, like where that over there, you see you're like looking directly at it where that yellow is highlighted right there. Like really far. But I think that's Bubba and he's like at the gate.
Is this like the right direction?
Can you look at that gate? So yeah, if you go to where Bubba's running right now, you want to go.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Because that's the pressure valve exit, but the other one you go through a storage bin or a gate. You could sneak around, there's another way over there, but it's a longer route.
Hey,
Sissy's there too.
Oh shit. Hey girl.
Oh, she said I do not see. Oh!
Ooh!
Oh! Not you gagging her for fun. I'm dead.
Wait, she locked it before I could do anything?
So you can, there's another way over there, but it's through a storage locker, but they could probably be camping that way too. But there's 2 ways to get over there.
Is the storage locker closed or?
It might be unlocked, but do they have Hitchhiker or the guy that can lock? I think they do.
Actually, no. Just in case. Oh my gosh. I panicked. Alright, Nam, help me. I have no clue where the fuck to go.
Those alarms being right next to the vault is just brutal. That's nasty.
I'm surprised I haven't done an outfit change yet, because this outfit is so uncomfortable. Just like the sequins are like in my armpits, like it hurts.
Hello? Oh.
He's just having fun.
Open it just back. You better work, bitch.
Oh, hello? Hello?
Full camp?
Where is
Full
it?
camp?
Oh,
Hello? Oh, I died.
damn, that was close. If that drug from Sissy didn't get you, I feel like you could have made it out.
Probably.
I've got nothing on but the radio.
You. Just kidding. But
What kind of music are you guys listening to right now?
like it's like really anything that I can slay my pussy at a jelly counter to.
Oh!
Oh my god, I'm listening to Olivia Rodrigo.
Please. I'm listening to, there's lots of talk online about Addison Rae's new song that Lady Gaga was supposed to have on the Fame. It's got nothing on but the radio. It's like a bop.
Oh yeah, I can't with that.
I know. When I found out, I was gagged. I was like, oh!
I know when I heard like the original compared to the one now, I'm like,
Wait, did Gaga record it?
yeah, so Gaga recorded it. Like the original, okay, so to give you context, the original was supposed to be on the Born This Way soundtrack. It was never meant to be on the Fame. So it was supposed to be on the Born This Way soundtrack. During like the Born This Way era, it was recorded. Never met like the standards to be put on the album. So then they tried to put it on Art Pop. Yet again, the same thing. So they scrapped
Oh my
it.
god!
Then it got sold off to another artist. Then that artist didn't get to their album, and then they sold it all to Addison Rae.
I'm dead. What? That's wild.
Damn.
And then Addison Rae recorded it and then got it leaked.
Oh.
Continues in Muerto
and then they just got her signed, and then got this song.
Was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned with officials
I didn't know
reporting
Gaga
no signs of
recorded it.
foul
I'm
play.
gonna listen to it now.
Authorities are hopeful that these
Yeah, the original. That's why I'm like I can't with that, because like the original Lady Gaga
Yeah.
is like, to me it's Gaga, and it just was better.
Oh yeah, 100%. Also, Ari just posted something today, I think.
Arianka?
Yeah, it was like a teaser for, because it's like 10 years or something anniversary of her music, or she's releasing like a deluxe. I didn't look into it because I was asleep, just scrolling my phone, and I was like, is this real?
I know that Miley Cyrus and Selena Gomez.
Yes, I
coming
saw that
out with,
too.
like, new music on the 25th of August.
And they're like supporting each other. They're so cute.
Yeah, and it's apparently like about Disney too.
Oh?
Like it's about, so apparently there was like a call between Miley and like some of the reps at Disney. Hello.
Thank you, Psycho. How you
And they
doing?
told her you need to take some of this stuff off because it's not permitted.
Oh! I'm gonna try to open the door in the main room. Okay. Somebody open a door?
Yeah.
Work. I feel like we don't talk about fashion and how it was supposed to be for Heidi Montag. Really? I'm gonna actually perform Heidi Montag, I think, this week. Okay.
Oh, and then the other thing that's funny is that for the Addison Rae version, they literally changed the words of some of the songs, so they didn't give Gaga credit.
Oh. Oh. Bubba was on me. I don't know if he's on me anymore. But he's in the main room, so that is definitely not an option. Who's on my cookie?
Leaving a door open.
And well, I've been watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre stuff. I'm debating if I want to buy it or not. I think you should if you're debating. I mean, might as well try it. You could try it for the 2 hours and get a Steam refund unless you're not on PC. Then they gave the song to Gaga, and then I love Heidi Montag. I know she's kind of like sus, but like, I'm probably gonna perform her song on Thursday because I have to perform on Thursday at Ego. And apparently the show at Ego this Thursday is gonna be really good. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be Renee. It's gonna be
Peekaboo, I'm in the booth.
Arabelle from Boston, and then Niall.
Oh my god. Y'all brought the killer over here?
Oh hey, I just got out of this and I'm already. Oh, there's Johnny is getting it, getting it.
Don't run. I just want to see how it feels.
Oh. Oh my god, we're a disaster right now.
No, for real.
No sign. But I know
I just ran through the fucking...
Tiptoe.
I gotta stay away.
Oh, go down.
Is anything I can use?
No, no.
Oh my god. I died.
No.
Maybe.
Oh, apparently it's on Game Pass. Yeah, if anybody wants to try it, you can get it on Game Pass, Texas Chainsaw. It is, I remember seeing it day one. Bye.
They're gone for now. Okay. Just keep moving.
Okay, hi Bubba. Just don't. Oh my god, all the doors are locked.
Get away. Get away.
Hey!
No tracks here.
Well, that was not a good game. That was, we got racked.
It's always the same game.
Shit and kittens.
Final girl vibes.
For long. I don't know why I keep like defaulting to crouch.
Yes, that was a huge issue for me when learning. I was like, stop. You can also run faster if you press space.
Oh, I just.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I was like, oh.
I just want to kill by Johnny.
Get a free show. You got gagged.
Got his gown.
You got some pointage though. Okay.
Nailed it.
Okay, we all got our girls. Okay.
I think I need. I need that one. Oh. This one.
Oh, you fully could, 100%. I feel like that deal runs anywhere, all the time, all year round. Like, if you can play a game on Game Pass, do it
I want to go
boots.
with a longer time for my ability.
She's like the tank, people are saying.
Yeah. Or like sissies hurt.
Yeah. And like the disorienting, how it like messes up your movement is so unforgiving when you're like running from all three.
Oh yeah, especially when you're having a little libation. I'm like, well, great. Now I'm fucked.
Mm-hmm. I mean, period. She's the only like girl boss killer, so give it to her being OP. I got nothing on but the radio.
Take whatever exit's available.
Yeah, so I think what I said about the EXP is what's happening. Because I literally could not get any level ups right now.
News in Muerto County for a missing University of Texas student. The sheriff's department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no
Holy
signs of
shit,
foul play.
Kelly is pregnant. She posted a picture in her belly. Oh my god, because she's having twins. Like, oh my god. She's literally about to give birth. Girl, she's got All-Stars lips. Drag Race All-Stars lips in her tummy. I didn't realize there was a naked body. Oh, it's a pig body, and then there's a severed head in this room. That's nice.
Okay.
There's one like that's on a grill too.
How fun.
Yes, yes, yes. Please, bit of luck.
Oh, that was on me.
What's through here? Don't think about it. Where's this go?
You and me both just crouched at the same
I'm
time.
like, hey. Oh, hi, Bubba. Bubba's looking for me.
Got a door open.
That is my fault. Shut the fuck up, chicken.
Oh, come on. Please. Somebody open this. How did this happen? How do people like this happen? Human, isn't it? Oh.
Okay, did I miss anything? Because I'm back. Okay, we're all alive.
You've been AFK this whole time.
Yeah.
I'm dead. Well, no, I'm not dead, but that made me giggle.
Hello.
Hey.
Bird.
Bubba's doing his thing. He, like, almost got me, but...
No!
It's the way that I did not get killed at all. And I was expecting to.
Leave me alone.
I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna literally die. Oh my god. Hello?
Got me. And my
Okay, well, I'm dead.
maybe jumping out of the window wasn't as stealthy as I should have been, but I also just learned you could sprint 2 matches ago. Sorry.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm legitimately dead here.
I like literally can't get over to help you.
It's fine.
Look, I guess I didn't realize you could just like escape through the front as long as you just turn off that little shocky pad.
Yeah, but the front door sometimes has 3 locks on it.
Oh, 3 locks?
Yeah.
In this economy?
Okay, Sissy is bad.
Sissy's brutal. I don't know why she hits so hard.
No, she's just missing. But she's just terrible. So is the front open? Did you say the front was open?
A lockpick?
Hello?
I don't think the front's open.
Is anything?
Not anymore.
Yeah, I threw my body out a window.
Oh yeah, so we'd have to jump out the window.
Which you could.
You know what would probably be good? Actually, never mind.
Get away.
I was gonna say maybe she can tank jumping out the window and then unlocking the door, but it's locked on both sides.
Oh, there's a
Too
trap. on
quiet.
it.
I don't like this. Somebody help me.
Can you dismantle the traps?
I think you have bone scrap, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, who is alive still?
Me.
Wait,
They have to be around here somewhere.
Fuck. Oh, hey, hitchhiker. You want to open this for me?
You want to let me out, please?
Who's the one that can lock? Is it Cook?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm just gonna open this.
Okay, it's open. Okay.
Vixen.
This is good.
Oh, it's so pretty. Look at the sunset.
The art in the game is gorgeous.
No, I love the style of everything in this game. I'm a big fan of the direction.
Yes, queen.
Watch myself. Calm down. Be careful.
Howdy.
Was I the last one left?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that hitchhiker kind of flubbed it. He saw me on the other side of the gate and said, I do not see anything happening. I'm so sorry. Work.
You like to watch a professional? All right, do you want to try the family again, if you don't mind?
I would love to, actually.
I think we have to quit and then remake the party. Oh no, we don't. Never mind.
Oh, hey. Yeah, so I think I was right earlier that, and I think Vixen was right too, that you share the points across, but you can pick who you want to put the points into. Like,
Oh.
kind of in the sense that, like, blood points in DBD, you can pick whoever you want to put it into, but you only have a limited amount from leveling up your account. Like, it doesn't go by the character, it goes by your player level. So I'm level 15. To get 5 more EXP points to put into a character, I have to get to 16, and so on and so forth.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I'm like struggling. I'm like, why am I getting nothing through these matches? But it's because I'm getting further along that level ups are becoming harder to do.
Yeah, and then chat saying you can reset them too, so you can race back to reuse them.
Oh yes, that's true. You can do that. But like, if you max stealth, oh, it's over for the killers. Like, I have max stealth on Connie, so like I can rummage and get 2 lockpicks like that, and then I can escape with her ability because it's an auto lockpick. Like, it's so, you can get out in like 2 minutes.
Nice.
I've got nothing on but the radio. It's stuck in my fucking head! Also, I ordered white rice for groceries, and it was not white rice. It had like butter and all this other shit in it. I was like, no. I want sticky white rice. Like, what is the tea? Come on. I want a Speedo skin where it's cosmetics. Like, get into it.
You got Leatherface on lock. Don't you worry.
You better. Level 6 already. You know max level is 10. You're almost there.
Working hard.
Thank you all for watching tonight. I don't usually play with people on stream, but I'm really having a good time, so thanks for hanging
And
out.
I can get a grandpa ability. Nice. When grandpa squeals, we all get 50 stamina.
Oh. Can you see the cosmetics in the cosmetic tab for Bubba?
Yes.
How many does he have?
3.
Cute.
Yeah, I need to use him 10 times to get the pretty woman, and then 20 times for the old lady.
Okay.
We're
See, I
getting
like
there.
that. I like that it's only play like 10 or 20 times. That's nice. Nothing on but the radio.
The remains of an unidentified male have been
Yo, we gotta fuck these
near
bitches
Devil's
up!
River off Highway 163 in southwest Texas. A Cedar
Bitch.
Canyon resident stumbled upon the scene while hunting early yesterday morning. Authorities have confirmed this is approximately the same location where two
I don't know what actress reminds me of Sissy, but it's someone.
stabbed and
Ethel Kane.
Very.
She's not an actress, she's a singer.
That's what I get for taking it easy on them.
Oh my god. Who is this man? Hello. Oh my god. Wait, come back. Whoever that is, come back.
Why? Why?
The smile that he gave me, I was like, oh, okay.
Hey.
Hello, how you doing? Oh wow, wait, hold on. Let me
Wait,
just-
he's jacked in his arms too.
Hello, hello. Let me just wait, let me get an angle, let me get an angle. Oh wow.
I can't crouch, I want to see it jiggle.
Do C, it's C for crowd.
He can't because he's so burly and manly.
So true.
Wow. Wait, I want to give you a kiss. Come back here. Let me give you a kiss.
If Grandpa was able, this would be over by now. I bet
Are you LGBT?
Yeah. I'm legit cute.
We have to
Oh,
turn
you
on the
just-
front gate power. Oh, it's on.
Okay,
Oh
you
yeah,
have
we was
time.
going to do that.
Go on inside.
Wait, I'm gonna go run into it.
Oh my god. I want to lock you outside.
I want to see it jiggle. Oh! Oh, he gets
Hello?
angry.
Not my Sissy.
Wow. Give you a kiss. Mwah. Thank you. Wow, that was... I don't think she was expecting that. Where the fuck is Grandpa?
In like the sitting room.
I just opened up the front door and there was Sissy's fart cloud all over the kitchen.
Come on now.
I went, oh, it
Here,
stinks
here's
in
another
here. I think I just pushed Connie down the ladder.
I think you did.
She fell, and she fell hard.
Now, where did you go?
Grandpa is hungry again. Well, Grandpa, stop being old. Thanks,
Oh, here she is. She's over here. I got her footprints. Oh, hey, Diva.
Oh my god, bitch. I'm not stupid. They're outside in the back park. Come here. Oh my god, I just fucking got thrown on the floor.
Oh, Connie, you're toast.
I have such a hard time seeing what the blood is.
I'm getting looped by Connie.
Where?
She's in the basement.
Oh, okay, have fun.
I'm working my way towards her. Making my way towards Connie. Gonna give her a little chance.
Me, have fun. I'm up here.
But you're near us, I hear you.
He's upstairs.
Connie, say goodnight, sister. It's your time. She's camping right here. That was her. He's running. Oh my god, his stamina is garbage.
Ooh.
Yes, you can stab Grandpa. Oh, there she is. Hi.
Okay, my question is how the fuck do I get more of my, like, power? Hello?
Leland's upstairs. Oh, I thought that
Oh
was...
my god. Jesus Christ. Well, Connie's up here somewhere.
They're so fast. I'm just a little bubba.
Oh, they're back here. They escaped.
He just pushed me down! Why you bully me?
Oh, I think they're all gonna escape.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that fucking door's open, dude.
Nobody escapes me.
Yeah, that door's open. I gotta...
Oh, we're toast. That Connie is crazy strong. She looped me.
Yeah, like I lost that Connie so many times. It was like,
He's out here. He's out here.
I can lock that.
Yeah, you can lock that. I'm gonna electrocute it.
Oh, just kidding, I can't. You can electrocute it though.
Well, stay near, because he might be near.
Hold on, I'm gonna lock him in here. So I can lock the door back here, definitely.
Oh, he's over here, back where I'm at. He stabbed. Oh, period, bitch. Y'all see him?
Yeah, I see him. Oh my god. Yeah, get him, Bubba.
where's the?
Right here.
No.
Bitch. Hello?
Oh,
We did it.
God. Yay!
This is being a little bitch.
Oh my god, I got an achievement. The way you stood there.
Yeah, I was like, come on through, baby.
That's so funny.
I kind of like the family. I'm on a family vibe.
Yeah, I need to get more perks on him, and I feel like he's good. But I also want to try Hitchhiker, because I feel like the traps are really strong.
Not this guy named Download Dude. Message nothing. No,
I like a little snack.
I know, I was just chewing on some chips, because I've been drinking.
Oh, I think we lost Evidious.
Oh, no.
No, we're good.
I can't even level him up if I wanted. I'm not getting... How do I Hitchhiker? She was cuter. Does he have, like, chicken on his chest? That beef
Oh my God, is
jerky?
that a chicken? Home.
I have to do some shopping for Gamescom. I gotta get some looks. I have like no drag left, and I gotta get some like award show glamour. So, I really wanted this green outfit from the store the other day, but I knew it was gonna chroma key out. I was like, this is so gorgeous, I want it, but I can't wear green.
Leatherface. Oh.
And it was like chroma key green. It wasn't like this green.
The search continues in Muerto County for a missing University of Texas student. The Sheriff's Department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search into the nearby communities of Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new leads. Family and friends are urging anyone with information regarding the disappearance of the
Did they get loose on us? Dang it. Should have strung them up better. I know Grandpa thinks I'm the best. The best.
Hey there. Hello?
Hey.
Oh, I was like, am I muted?
This'll catch him.
Was that in traps? So can we step in our own traps?
I don't know.
Scared.
Okay, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
No, we just started.
Oh my god, I just got disconnected and reconnected. Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Got a door open.
Okay.
Somebody
Oh,
round
girl,
here
she's
has
getting back the
to
fuck
catch 'em.
out of you.
Oh, hey, Connie. Connie's in the farmhouse.
I'm in the meat place.
Girl, I see you over here.
Get down. Someone's up. Someone's going up the stairs.
Okay, who is where and where?
I am at... I'm going downstairs because Connie's literally about to die.
Oh, God.
Alright, that was me.
Why I get everything in this puck?
How is she not dead? She has so much health.
I just killed her.
Nice. Anna's down here.
Yeah. Yeah, she's over here on me.
I want a grandpa. Someone's upstairs.
Yep, I see one. Leland's upstairs.
There's too many little passages.
It's the way grandpa just like drinks it. Ugh.
Well, I'm sick of eating scraps. We got it, right?
There she is.
There's one down there.
Shut up. We did it! What? But how you not
Drink
dead?
it now, Grandpa.
Oh my
Get
god,
your
you scared the
fill.
shit out of me, whoever that is.
Hey.
That's you? Oh, hello. Come here, you stupid bitch. See you, ugly bitch.
Thank God, I got she is tough.
Fiesta salsa quinceañera, baila.
Go ahead and run. That's the fun part.
My guy.
Wanna play a hidey game, huh? All right. Let's play.
Oh, there's Julie. Julie's in the main yard.
Hurt. Yeah.
You just stepped in my trap.
I'll figure out how to get out of this basement one day. And when I do, it's over. Over for them.
Nice, I got Leland. Julie's in the farmhouse over there.
Hey, get out of here.
Hello. Sure. I've come to collect blood. Thank you.
Maybe? Oh, thank God. Insert noise.
Oh, she's over there.
Where?
She's like next to grandpa. Somewhere next to grandpa. Found him. Found her.
I see her. But we cutting her off bad. Hey, Diva.
Oh, there she is.
You and me. We're his favorites. That's what Grandpa taught us.
Oh, sugar. Does that hurt?
She's getting out the sky. Oh! Almost. We gagged them. Okay, 4K. She had the fuse too.
What did Will Pixie say? All right, I need to go back to the main menu real quick and see if I can adjust some settings. Come, I gotta go pee pee real fast. But we're in queue. I'm back.
Hey.
Back,
Oh.
back.
I got kicked
Back
out.
again.
I also got kicked out.
No.
Remake the party.
My credentials are invalidated. I'm reloading. my gosh.
It's taking longer than normal?
I know, right? There we go.
Oh, we just manifested that. Okay.
Nemesis, did you not get in?
Oh.
No. All right, well, quit.
Let me try restarting again.
Hello, I heard you say okay. And I knew what that meant. I was like,
well. Hi,
My
Alice.
headphones are like not cooperating tonight at all.
I'm wearing a sequin top and it's like cutting into my arms. I don't know why I did this to myself.
I don't know if like my ears just like change shape or what. Like I can't like shove my headphones like in them anymore. I'm probably dying.
Can you send me an invite?
Yes.
Thank you. Come on, baby. No whammies.
Kick out. Play family.
Probably my last game. I'm a little hungies. Some din din.
Like, what is your post-stream ritual?
Immediately take the wig and the lashes off.
Literally that. It's just like letting your letting your tits fly out of your bra. Like it's just so good.
100%. And then the bra comes off. And then I like to just like let the shower fill the room with steam before I get in, just so like my skin can breathe.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, after like having my makeup on for so long. Well, I take the makeup off with like a wipe, and then before hopping to wash my face, I just like to have the steam on my face. But then also make food. Pig out. I don't like eating on stream much of the time, so I usually just like pig out and have a big dinner.
Literally the same. Usually I have like a snack before I go live, but I did not this evening. So I'm just like thinking about food.
I know, I
dreaming
was
about
just saying
food.
this is probably my last one because I want to make dinner.
Yeah.
Like my mouth is watering thinking of like rice and chicken and like shrimp, but I'm like, oh my god. I don't have anything special. I mean, I used to be able to have like, I used to be able to do a bath. Like sometimes.
Ooh.
Yeah, and we had like jacuzzi jets in our bath, which was real bougie. I don't know how we did because the house was old, but...
Yeah, I'll probably it's for my last TCSM, and then I might switch over to DBD for just a smidgy, see if I can get some funny clips or something.
Oh, and I immediately upload, because it takes forever for Twitch to install VODs and upload VODs.
Oh my god, yes.
So I'll do that before I get in the shower, so it processes while I'm doing that. Then I come back while making dinner, install it because that takes forever, and then upload it to YouTube because that also takes forever to get the HD on YouTube. But I'm like, Why does it take an arm and a leg for these websites to do it when it's like your main priority? Like, why are we taking forever to upload? Like, where's the technology?
Very dumb.
Freedom!
Also, the new default of
Puerto County for a missing University of
what's it
Texas
called?
student.
The new default of like
Sheriff's
featured
Department
clips.
says
I'm like, honey, I don't know which one to
Flores,
feature if you don't show them to me.
Oh my god, yeah. I just found out about that the other day and I was like, so...
Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search nearby.
Oh wow, no one played Connie? That's surprising.
That is surprising.
I thought I was Connie.
I think we're gonna win.
Wait, I thought I was Connie.
Sister, we're playing Killer.
Oh, we're killers. Never mind.
Did they get loose on us? Dang it.
Hello? I'm live.
I know, Grandpa.
Like, how would you be Connie if we're killers?
Oh, you're lucky I don't have my chains on. I found two. They're on me.
I'm making my way downtown.
Rude.
Across the map.
Gotta make sure I'm locking the doors behind me.
Always worth a check.
You'll never see this. It always works.
I hate that I can't go through the little holes.
I know.
I get him? No.
Somebody around here has to catch him.
We gotta wake up Grandpa. Perfect.
Look at the old bag of dirt. Oh.
I'm coming down.
Oh, so annoying.
It seems someone is in here. Hey. I hate that it makes it alert for me. Like, why? Oh, hey, Leland.
You ever had head cheese? It's good. Come here, I'll show you.
He's over here somewhere.
I'm chasing Leland right now. He's in the basement in the tunnel.
Oh, okay, I got him.
I'm chasing somebody.
The animations are still kind of. The animations, I think they just use all your GPU, which is weird.
Yeah, I think so too.
Why you running? You better get out or you'll get it worse.
Kill somebody.
Oh yeah, chase him. Oh, Leland went another way. You're chasing Anna.
Ooh, gosh, she's so slippery.
Where is she? Are you guys like in the basement or upstairs?
Yeah, I think everybody's still in the basement.
Another one.
Leland's running around the basement too. I have some of the doors trapped, so it'd be pretty obvious if they got out. Oh, we have a final victim already. Oh, it's Leland.
Oh, I gotta go upstairs for the old man.
The old man. Hey.
I have full blood. I can go try to feed Grandpa.
I also have full blood. Damn, you trapped like every door.
I sure did. They aren't getting out of my house. I'm literally gonna open one for him so he can walk into my trap. Hey.
Whatever.
This shit oughta be-
Chainsaw first. Ask questions later. It's so long. But did I walk right past him? I think I did.
Anna's body is literally like.
He's in the basement, but he got out, by the way. Leland got out, and he's in the basement now.
He's back in the basement?
Yeah.
Back in the middle and round again.
Damn, how the fuck did this man get out?
You and me. We're his favorites. That's why Grandpa taught us best.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Yeah, how did he get out? That's so weird. Oh, he's right here! He just knocked me
Where?
over. He's at that. He's next to that door. You just went. Yep, he's right. This room. He's going upstairs. Oh, he just shut himself in.
This will help them see more clearly.
Oh, he's done. Oh, we did that.
Noise.
Period. They didn't even get out of the basement. We gagged. Period. Well, thank you for the games, y'all.
No, thank you. It's been like years since we've been able to play together, and I'm
I
really
know.
very happy with today. Yeah.
I know. We should do it more. Let me know your stream schedule, and don't be afraid to shoot me a DM because hate sending messages, but I love getting them.
Noted. And thank you to VendettaVixen. I appreciate
Of course, it
you.
was fun.
Yes, thank you
Good
guys. I'm gonna go
night.
eat some tenders. Good night. Alrighty, everybody follow my good friends. Had a good time today. The VOD will be available on YouTube. Thank you so much again to Warner Brothers for sponsoring the first part of the stream with Mortal Kombat. Really excited for the game's release, and I had a great time with Evie and VendettaVixen. Make sure you're following them. I'll see you guys on not Sunday, possibly Monday, possibly Tuesday. We have a big week of Gamescom coming up, so I am gonna try to take it a little easier. Possibly go to the doctor to figure out what's going on with my cough. And I'll see you guys on the next one. But enjoy all the YouTube videos. Enjoy all of the on-demand content on my YouTube channel at NemesisLacroix. And feel free to follow my Instagram. We're almost at 10K. We need 300 followers till 10K. So follow my Instagram. Everywhere is NemesisLacroix. Only on Twitch is Nemesis Network. So I'll see you guys on the next one. Had a good time, and I'll see you later.